But we're heading over to Mr. Darius's stream there,
And good
so
morning, folks. Whoa, there's a mailbox.
there's a mailbox. Don't hit the mailbox. But thank you for all the Dixper cards out there that were played this morning. Greatly appreciate those. Thank you for the follows out there. Greatly appreciate it.
I was
Hopefully you guys
coasting
enjoyed it.
along while I was switching screens, and I took out a mailbox and coasting.
Oops. But hopefully you guys enjoyed another episode of Waking Up with Scurvy. So we're going to head over and raid Mr. Darius. Where's Darius? There's Mr. Darius.
I'm here.
We are heading over there, folks. My button not working.
Need to make sure I hit that button so I'm not getting an echo.
Shut out.
Oh,
Thank
that
you,
hurt.
For that.
That hurt. Popping back.
There
Bad.
it goes. Ooh. Ouch. Take care of yourself, sir, brother. All right, folks. Thanks for tuning in. God bless. We will see you later. We're heading to Mr. Darius's channel. Go give him some grief. All right. Should be all yours.
And thank you for that raid there, Mr. Scurvy. Welcome in, Raiders. How are you doing this morning?
Morning, Martin. All right. Pause.
And good morning there, Martin. You beat me by half a second there, Billy. Well, thank you, Reyes. It's a lie, but thank you anyway.
Apparently it doesn't. I wasn't showing up until I say something in your chat for somebody else. So I figure at least I'll say something when I go in, even if I'm in Discord.
Yep. Well, at least that way you'll show up with the avatars thing.
Yep.
Oh yeah, that too.
You gotta go down. So you gotta go down and activate it first. Yep. Oh, there you are.
There, folks.
Little black dragon thing. So how do you harvest carrots? There's a couple different ways to harvest carrots. Cope. I will show you in just a moment here. Let me activate.
Billy Alpaca's thing, or...
Yeah. So Billy has... Oh, it's not in this category. That's right. It's in this category. Billy has a root crop harvester that will do peanuts and carrots.
Oh. Why is it over there?
Yeah, he put in a different one. I've got to sell mine off and get this one too so it can do these options.
Weird.
Yeah, he's now got two different versions.
Huh.
So you've got this one here, and then you've got the Billy Alpaca one, which this is the one that I originally bought. See, I own that, and I own this.
Yeah, that's the one I bought.
Yeah. But then he did the PV mods one, which has the PV mod symbol on the back instead of the alpaca one. So his is for like a standard map, and then this is the PV version for the additional PV stuff.
I gotcha.
So, yeah.
I was wondering what the difference was literally tonight.
Well, now you know. And knowing is half the battle.
Exactly.
So I'll have to switch mine out for this one, too, at some point. And then there's a root crop cart for being able to haul things around with the carrots and the peanuts added to it.
But also there's the Grim Harvester or whatever it's called.
Yeah, and then there's also
But wait, does that do the new stuff? I don't know if he's updated it yet.
There is also there's a special Ropa that does carrots and peanuts. See, because this one just does sugar beet. This one here does the potatoes, carrots, and peanuts.
Yeah, that's the one I was talking about.
Yep, that's the nice all-in-one option that...
It's beautiful.
You just have to get the header for it. which would be... See,
It specifies. Yeah.
yeah, then it specifies which one does which. So you're still doing headers for each one, but these ones are 80 grand a piece. Whereas Billy's setup is a lot cheaper. Alright, that should be one contract complete. We are doing a couple of fertilizing contracts quick. Get some money to put towards that loan. Keeping an eye on some transport contracts. We
Wait,
do have a...
transport
How does that work?
contracts?
The supply and transport contracts?
Mm-hmm.
It's a mod that come out on the in-game mod hub yesterday. It will give you 4 random options for contracts with random amounts to go to different places. You have to supply the product, and if you supply the product, it will pay you above market price for transporting the product.
No way.
Yes. So, for example, I've got 4 options right now, and it goes off of in-game hours, so they'll refresh every couple of, every so often. So like this, if I had 15,000 liters of sage in my storage, I could bring it to the grocery for 48 grand. But I've got
Now, is that
I've
is
got
that
8 in-game
equivalent to
hours.
is that equivalent to a great demand?
I haven't looked at the how much this would pay extra. But for example, rye, 33,000 liters of rye. If I happen to have it in storage, I could bring it to Kappa's, my grain mill. It's just been renamed.
So what's rye going for on the map right now?
Rye right now is going for... let me find it. Where is it? I think I've passed it.
It's going to be at the bottom.
Oh, no, there's too many different fill types on this map, so it's not all the way at the bottom. There it is. Rye right now is going for 1,600 roughly.
So 1,600 times 30
33.
That actually doesn't seem like that good of a deal.
1,600 times 33 for 88 grand.
Oh, for 88. I was thinking 47. Sorry.
No. The rye one is 88 grand.
Yeah, that's a deal. That's a yeah.
Grass to the animal dealer, 232,000 liters. That's a lot of liters. But you're going to make $49,000. Grass is like next to nothing.
100 yeah, $100 a wow.
Yeah, so
it's almost double.
If I happen to
I
have
think it's 1.75.
If I happen to have 191,000 liters of blueberry right now, I could bring it to the fruit processing extended for $656,000. Good morning there, Shy Wizard and T Miller. So,
Interesting.
for a Ropa mouse, I don't think so, but I don't know many people that actually use it. And then these will refresh, like this one will disappear in 16 in-game hours, that one will disappear in 8, 7, 25 hours. So if you happen to have it on hand, it's a good way to get some extra money. And then, of course,
the Ropa Mouse was not very good vehicle, I'll be honest.
Of course, in this case, I happen to own... It's looking for the grain mill extended at this point. So I would be delivering 33,000 liters of my own product to the grain mill I own, which I'd be doing anyway. But I'd get an extra 88 grand for it.
I mean, that doesn't sound like a bad idea.
Nope, not at all. But essentially the basis behind it is these people are paying you to complete contracts that they themselves had undertaken and didn't have the product, is the way it's mentioned.
So it behoove you to have a little bit of everything stored up.
I mean, if you want to take advantage of them all, I'm not doing anything outside the ordinary as far as what I have and what I need and things like that. But I will, keep an eye on it. Like last night, I had a contract come up for it was 100,000, a little over 100,000 liters of ore. I own an ore mine. They wanted to pay me 75 grand to drop it off at the train. Okay,
Nice.
you know.
Yeah, you can't
Well,
beat that with
how's
a
it going there,
stick.
Kevkaz? Yeah, so it's one of those things I'll keep an eye on it. I'm not going to go out of my way to hoard product for it. But if I happen to have the product, then sure,
Mm-hmm.
it's a nice bonus amount of money.
Sure.
Like there was one for sand that came up. I don't own a source of sand, but I could have taken sand, and it's right on the in-game mod hub. And I mean that's the thing, and people have been saying that they've gotten some really wonky contracts. Like I had one at one point for butter. It was again a crazy amount of butter, something like 200,000 liters of butter, but I was gonna get 1.6 million dollars.
That seems a bit excessive.
Butter's not cheap.
I know, but like, wow.
Yeah, no, I agree. WoW is a thing, but it just basically creates 4 contracts for random amounts of product.
Oh, I don't think I got in the battle royale. Dang.
No, I think you're in it. No, you're not.
No.
Good morning there, Vito. It's supply and transport contracts. You're not? No, that's not good. That's actually where I got the, Oh, you didn't get into the Battle Royale? Gotcha. Mr. T. Miller won. That's actually where I got some of the information for Dave's Dick Spur stuff last night. With his, random money amounts. For being able to add and subtract random amounts of money. We pulled some of the code out of that mod. Now I think one of the things I'm gonna do is go in and tweak the top value on it, so
That's probably a good idea.
it's not requiring quite so much product.
Yeah.
Because that is a bit excessive,
A little bit.
But it basically what it does is it picks a random number between 5 and 250,000 liters of whatever random product it's picked. So I think I'll probably tweak it so it's between like 5 and 100,000 liters.
Yeah. I think that's more reasonable.
Can you can you expand it out and make it a multiple table thing?
What do you
So
mean
where-
a multiple table?
So where it randomizes where it knows where it randomizes either a crop or a product first, and then it goes to a table for,
Nope.
and then
It just picks a random fill type off the map. You cannot specify this versus that.
well, can't you make a double random generizer where it goes into one and
No, it
says, all
doesn't
right,
work that way with Giants Math. It just wants a random fill type off the map. You can't specify which one to pick from. Unless you literally have to put in every single individual fill type off the map. And then any time the fill types change on the map, it's going to break the mod. And then it
So
only works
it's-
specifically for the map that you've done it for.
so it can be done, but it would be
Theoretically.
personalized.
Theoretically, it can be done. The way the randomness works, I don't think you can actually specify as much as you want to be able to specify. Because it's just looking at certain lines of code with Giants. And I don't know as if you can specify the way you're talking to do it. Because the code just looks at random at a random function.
So it's just looking at fill types.
Yes. Random fill types. And I don't think you can actually change it to specify which fill types.
I wonder if you could specify it to tip to ground instead.
Probably not. How's it going there, Richie? This is just a work in progress still. It's not out for public download yet. Probably mid to late February. We're waiting on Giants to patch the game, which by all accounts should be early February. Then 2 weeks after, Dave is planning on releasing the map to the public. How's it going there, Damien? I'm doing pretty good today. Yeah, there's limitations in the random function. You can't specify random tip to ground. It's just a random fill type. Like, even the random math part of it is pretty specific in how you have to set it up.
Is it written in Lua or XML?
Lua. And the problem is it has to match with some of the hidden Lua to make sure it's pulling the right fill types and stuff like that. So you would literally have to go into the game's Lua to find out how to try and specify it down in what you're thinking of doing with the narrowing it down for the fill types. Yes, Vito, it is on the in-game mod hub. And we're on the last field. You'd like to add more crop choice to a header. How do you add more crops so you can use more of the header? Thanks. What type of crops are you trying to add to which type of header? Because there are limitations.
Sounds like they're trying to make a harvest everything header.
Well, that's why I'm saying there's limitations, because you actually have
Uh-huh.
to specify the type of header for the homes.
Mm-hmm.
But why? There's headers for everything.
Oh, I know.
Well, yeah, they probably just want to make one harvester that will do everything instead of having separate harvesters.
Well, they probably, they probably want the same one to do that does grain, that does corn.
Probably.
Why?
I don't know. That's just how some people are. Doesn't make sense to me either.
I'm kind of with you, X-Men. I want more specialized headers.
I do too. I want, the real stuff. Like there is bigger headers for, potatoes and sugar beets too. I've Googled it, so
Mm.
Like I want an option of a header that goes slower, but you get more yield.
That'd be sweet.
right?
I'd be down for that. That way you get the choice of go faster, get the job done, a little bit less yield, or go slower and get more yield. Like, that's fantastic. I would be 100% down with that.
How you doing this morning, X?
Not too bad.
So you want to
Are you
add...
over your cootie?
What?
Are you over your cooties?
No, I'm still pissed. We'll be pissed for a while. Till the next season starts.
No. I said cooties.
What do you mean?
your...
Didn't you have COVID?
Yeah, like 3 months ago.
Well, I didn't know if you were still having lingering effects from it or not.
Oh no. No.
So you want to add corn, oat, sorghum, and poplar. Yeah, you can't do
No.
poplar because poplar has to have a top removed first, which means you have to specialize the header for it. And oat and sorghum are always already on a grain header. You could technically add corn to the grain header if you wanted to, but you would not be able to add poplar to it. Because it has
And
to have the
poplar
top
is a
removed first.
specified a harvester too, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, you
It's a
you
forest
can
harvester and not a
Yeah.
combine.
well you can do something like Billy's mod for where it'll do poplar, but it has to have a special poplar header to remove the top for it before it harvests
No,
the poplar.
poplar's different than sugarcane. You're looking
Oh,
at
wait, yeah.
sugarcane right now.
Poplar, yeah. Oh yeah, poplar's only
Poplar's
done
wood
with
chipped.
yeah, it's wood chipped. Yeah, that's
Mhm.
right. I was thinking sugarcane for some reason.
Yeah. I looked up and realized you were on the sugarcane thing. I'm like, I don't think he's thinking the same thing we are.
Yeah, no, for some reason I thought poplar and sugarcane popped into my head.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's only done with a forage
It's in
harvester.
the,
I think, yeah, see, poplar can be done with a forage harvester.
yeah, because
or-
it turns into wood chips.
Yeah. Or it can be done with that special baler. I think it's even under forestry for the baler.
I believe you're right.
No. Do we not have the
Isn't
baler for it?
Isn't
this
it a driving
time? Oh,
one?
it's the bio baler right here.
It's the bio baler.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
I thought the baler was under forestry, but it's not. It's right here.
Wait, how does that work?
It just
You run
mulches. Yeah, just basically mulches it up, throws it in the baler.
Huh. And it comes out as a bale?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
a bale of wood chips.
Mm-hmm.
If you look
Mhm.
at it, it looks like
Huh.
vines wrapped up.
It's
Huh.
a bunch of vines. Yeah, it's
Interesting. I didn't know that.
it's a real piece of equipment.
I did not know that. Okay. The more you know.
Yep. Indeed. All right.
All right. So did Tom Brady retire, or is that a hoax?
No, he retired.
Well, now the report I saw last night was that he had told the front office that he wasn't yet sure.
No, that was earlier in the day. It's
Was it?
official. He's retired.
Yeah.
Hey, at least you know they're going to be in a worse position than you're in.
No, because he might retire too.
Yeah, but you at least have a backup quarterback. They don't.
No, good point.
Now I don't know if your backup quarterback's good, but at least you have one.
The third string is better than the second, in my opinion.
Who's your third string quarterback?
Kurt something. He's from Virginia. So
Yeah.
he's like I think he's like Brett Favre, the third string. I like him a lot better.
All right. I'm gonna pick up one more piece of equipment. Luckily, it's a cheap piece of equipment. Oh, where is it?
Because here's the other thing: if Brady's returned, then Gronk's going to retire again too.
I thought that was
Yeah,
cheaper
Gronk,
than that. When did that
probably.
get changed? Huh.
But he never said that official. He might not.
Well, he said a long time ago the only quarterback he'd ever play for was Brady.
Yeah, he did say that, but he also said too he might not. I don't know. We'll see.
It's not like he needs the money.
Tires are
Rumor
still
is
oversized on this thing.
he's
though.
never spent any of his NFL checks.
That was what I remember hearing that report. He might act like a big goofball that, you know, is about as intelligent as a brick, but he's actually pretty smart. Him and his family are, you know, they've owned their own gym and things like that, and from what I understand, they're actually pretty savvy with the money side of things, so.
With that, and look at the commercial deals he makes. He's got that deal with a Groupon for the Super Bowl.
I'm sure he's spent some money, but he's probably been a lot more frugal about it than most people would be in his position. Thanks, Billy. Never knew that. Thought it would cut them individually. Once you've gone far enough, if you jump into the wrapper, you should see an option to finish wrap. Yeah, you can finish the wrap and then reset and do another line. And there we go. The road is finally gone. Ouch. Everything's not doing good this morning. Snapping and popping like crazy.
Ugh.
Oh, it's the weather.
Yep. I hear that.
Buzz, buzz. It's in the 20s where you are? Yeah, I wish it was that warm. Gravel. Yeah, we'll go with gravel. How's it going there, Higgs? Day to day. I hear ya. Be prepared to stop. How's it going there, Sogwick?
Is that where you went to Terraform mod?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
It unfortunately the Terraform mod with this, there's a recurring error that will pop as long as it's running. But well, it's a warning. Basically, the vehicle type is not what is not working the way it's supposed to. It's gonna get better. With the next version. But yes, this will work with the Terraform mod.
So basically, if you're role playing, you could change it to like dirt and gravel and then asphalt.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, like each time you go over, you're adding another layer to it.
Yep.
Or changing the layer underneath it.
Yep. You sure could. Like right now, I'm actually just leveling everything out with gravel.
Now, you know what would be cool is if you could put a hopper in the back of that and load it up with things, and it slowly unloads as you do it.
That's something that's going to be done with, like, coming up with 4.0, there's going to be, or I say 4.0, but it's 0.4. Right now, you can just use a bucket to raise the ground with nothing in it. That's getting changed in the next version. So instead of being able to just raise the ground infinitely with an empty bucket, and it fills the bucket as it raises, you'll actually have to use material to raise the ground.
So in other words, you have to get the material from somewhere else.
Yeah, you'll have to dig stone, gravel, whatever it is you want to use from someplace else, and then you'll pick it up with the bucket. One of the things he's making it do is, like right now, you can dump out the material that's in the bucket. He's going to make it so you could pick up material from the bucket without it digging the ground or whatever. So it's going to add a mode to the pickup side. So you'd be able to pick up material and then dump out to raise. So you could then go over to like the edge of the ground where there's a drop off, dump out the material to raise the ground up, and then be able to keep going from there.
Well, maybe when he's done with this project, someone will convince him to look into doing production stuff.
There's already other people that are doing that. But as I'm doing this, it's actually flattening the ground out. This was only so good before. Now it's actually getting better. Maximum Ride coming in with a tier 2 sub. Thank you very much, Maximum Ride. How are you doing this morning? How was your stream last night? I was watching you play a little Grand Theft Auto last night.
Hey, Maximum.
Yeah, not a bad little area right here. Yeah, see, this doesn't take material down very well. That's when the buckets come in. But it's nice to be able to... And Big Vito gifting a tier 1 sub to Sogwick. I appreciate that there, Mr. Vito. Posted a pic in Discord, farm some help. I think you've added everything you might need to your 3D model. Now it's in GEXML time. Pray you've done somewhat right. Yeah, I'm about that point with the Volvo. I've got a few material types left to separate, then I've got a UDIM, UV map, and then I'll be into Giants Editor myself on it. Thank you there, Billy. Yes, everybody, make sure you do indeed check out Maximum Ride if you aren't already. I gotcha. I gotcha. We're just working on expanding the construction site here. This is going to be my construction site slash mining area. So I'm just working on leveling things out. UV and UDIM. Yes, it is best to have that done before you start in Giants Editor, otherwise it's not going to pull in the material types right. Giants Editor will only support one material type right now per part, so if you don't UDIM, it's not going to bring the material types in properly. I'm slowly expanding my construction equipment fleet.
I see that.
Yeah, I now have that. I gotta move the D11 too. Maximum Ride cheering 1500 bits. Thank you very much there, Maximum. I do greatly appreciate that. You are too generous. Oh, I didn't realize we were close to a hype train. Aha! I was wondering why everybody was going crazy. Yeah, eventually I want to stretch this out a little bit further. The road's going to come in straighter than what it did before. And then I'm going to eventually move my Gold Masters around once I've got the ground flattened out. That's going to be my, what all my gold money is going to go towards. I'm going to rearrange this stuff over there a little bit further. That's my goal anyway, and then I'm going to continue digging out the gravel. But that is my goal. Gives me something to do in amongst waiting for fields to grow. Pop in here. No contracts there. See, I've noticed I did the Field 71 contract, and as soon as I did, it stops. It's grass, but it stops growing. Something is up with these base fields on the map.
Once you harvest them one time, they don't come back again.
Yeah, I noticed. I wonder if if it was a bug with giants, and it's
It's been
fixed
doing
now
that
on Elm
since
Creek, or
I still have the same problem on my Elm Creek map too.
yeah.
I'm on year 4 and I've never gotten a second harvest on 71
Well,
or 3 of the fields up in the top right.
this one I did, but you notice right now I have grass active, so it shows up as a grass field, but it doesn't have a growing, ready to harvest, harvested. It doesn't have any of these states. It loses its state the minute you harvest it.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's strange for sure. Masterpieces coming in with 100 bits. Thank you very much, Masterpieces.
I'm
I do
glad somebody
appreciate
else
that.
noticed that though, because I thought I was going nuts.
And thank you for that follow there, Masterpieces. Welcome into the channel. I saw you last night in Maximum Rides channel. You can make a little slope with it. You can set it to smooth, and it will make a nice slope. If you have it stepped in for like going up a hill or something, you can make a pretty nice slope out of it. But like I said, you see how it says warning Terraform on sculpting applied machine is nil? There's an issue with that machine where it doesn't quite interact properly with Terraform, and it throws that warning as long as you're using it. So I tend not to use it too much. Alright, and we need to go in here. That's a minor detail. At least it's not like a game-breaking thing.
Exactly. I
go
could
to
deal with a little
70
error
there.
every once in a while if, for a great mod.
Yeah, well, and it's not even an error, it's a warning. Alright,
Yeah,
warning.
true.
Alright, Terraform is on. Let's start digging out my road. It's the ham roller. I'm not gonna drive this all the way over here. Do this. Do it this way. We'll do it this way. Bring over the old Volvo. Video tutorial of materials in Farm Sim. Are you talking materials for like your 3D modeling? You can check out on YouTube. Shy Wizard's one that probably has some pretty good tutorials of stuff. He's an amazing 3D modeler. But your best friend is probably YouTube, looking up Blender tutorials. Shy Wizard has quite a few tutorials. There's another name too he told me to look at, but I can't remember it for the life of me.
I think BDDSB has some too, if I remember right.
Could be, yeah. Yeah, U-dimming I don't think has changed between 19 and 22. But U-dimming is good if you've got multiple materials on a piece and you can't separate them out. That's you can U-dim up to 8 items or 8 materials into one object with a U-dim. I need to get into Blender at some point and fix the door that decided to move on my Volvo. I don't know why it moved, but it did. I have to fix that, and then I gotta finish the trailer half. And then it's on to U-dimming for me. Red Phoenix. Thank you, Shy Wizard. Very good vids. There you go, Sogwick. Check out Red Phoenix.
Course play an hour ago. 24.
Aha.
What did they add?
There's a little bit here, yeah. See, they just... Okay, they fixed it. I really... I was actually messing with that right now. A little more customization for the MIDI mod, or HUD.
Well, there you go.
I'm just happy that you can put multiple equipment on a course now.
Mm-hmm.
Now I can bring my daughters back to the farm.
Did a
Correct.
test with 3 on one route, and it didn't work too well. It works better with just 2. Interesting. I have not touched Courseplay or Auto Drive yet in 22.
Did you fix your overlap issues? If you don't change your overlap, they'll get entangled.
Yeah, that's basically where I'm at, Vito. I've got
Well, each
VCA,
his
and
own.
I've got the ability to send things around the map with the base game, and that works good enough for me.
I think a lot of it depends on what type of equipment you use too.
Mm.
Yeah.
Bless you.
That'd be Mrs. Frost in the other room, sitting at her computer. Achoo. Ooh, almost ran into my excavator. Oh, you're still having that problem, Vito? I wonder if JD needs to do something with the texture weighting on Uncharted for it to be
No,
smarter about it.
Big Vito, we made a decision on that. Is that auto drive works million times better than trying to take the time in to put the splines in. To be honest
Well,
with you.
that's why I was saying the texture weighting.
Mm-hmm.
It might just need to be a thing on Uncharted where it looks
Well,
like on, for example, Wolf Creek. Dave has the texture weighting done basically the way it was on Elm Creek. And they work for the most part because you've got the splines in there, but things like the grass weighting is fairly close to the asphalt rating for the weighting of it. But on Uncharted, he didn't use like the forest ground under a lot of the forest. It's grass, so it might be seeing that and just deciding to try and go through the trees, which doesn't work very well.
yeah, and that's just the helper is a nice thing they added, but it's still not there yet. That's why if you want to use the at least get your stuff around the map, I do have the auto courses made for the roads. They're on my mods. So if you don't know how to use auto drive, come to my stream and I'll explain it. Just have to ask.
Yeah. I'll stick to the in-game helper.
You can. That's your choice, but I was sick of it,
It
running
doesn't
around.
work very good on Uncharted, unfortunately.
Well, it wasn't supposed to.
Exactly. It's fine.
I mean, we didn't set it up that way.
Exactly. I understand that. I'm just.
Because I did a test and I did it on my. I've got a spline on my buildings, and I would put a road right by the darn thing, and it would still cut across the grass, and then hit the building. It was awesome.
Fantastic.
Yep. Install auto drive on a map with AI. Well, yeah, but that doesn't work on Uncharted, T. Miller.
Yeah, because we didn't put them in, and it's just
And I
Uncharted is one of those maps where it's really hard to put the splines in because you don't know where people are putting things. So it's
well,
just,
exactly.
yeah, even if the weighted text, I mean the weighting textures don't work perfect yet. If you could just lay a road and a vehicle would follow it, I wouldn't use auto drive. But I
Well,
can't rely on that system to work correctly yet.
it's that's why I was saying, like, what JD would have to do is take grass and increase its number to make a bigger difference between the road weighted and the grass weighted, and then it would pick the road over the grass. But I think base Elm Creek wise, the weighting of grass is like a 4 and the asphalt's a 2, so they're fairly close to each other. And therefore it'll go grass when it can't see a road. Or if the grass is a lot straighter of a path, it'll take the grass. But if you were to make the grass like an 8 or a 12 or something like that, there'd be a bigger difference, and it would be less likely to take the grass. At least that's how I understood it when Dave was talking about the weighting of it all.
Yeah. Well, I am taking Wolf Creek, and I'm going to start working on it before I go on vacation, just in case they do pull that update while I'm on vacation, which I'm pretty sure that'll probably happen. So I'll have that done this week, and then the routes will be done for Wolf Creek. So people who want to use the in-game AI or use the auto drive.
What's your vacation?
It's not. It's just. It's a relaxation reading vacation. But like 2 days of that vacation, I gotta drive in Chicago. I gotta be Uber driver for like 2 days. So I gotta get people from the airport, 2 airports down to downtown Chicago because they're charging way too much money for the hotel wants to charge $60 one way.
That's kind of crazy, yeah.
Yeah, I got to get that auto load logging trailer.
It does work pretty good. It works just as good as it did in 19. Nice and handy.
Well, see, Nanik is just, he probably uses it and just secretly says ban auto drive just to get on my nerves. Because of all the mods out there, auto drive is by far the easiest and the best way to bring your tractors and vehicles around a map. Course play's been a little difficult, but
yeah. See, as far as auto drive goes, a 4X map doesn't take that long to get across, in my opinion. maybe with a 16x map, I might change my mind, but
Yeah, but if you're doing 3 or 4 different things at the same time like I do, it's perfect. I'll send
Mhm.
vehicles off to a field and I'll be plowing somewhere, manually plowing, and then by the time they get there I can quickly do what I need to do, get them started, then go back to my plowing again. So,
yeah.
Well, I think it also boils on it. I think it boils down to how much time that you have to put into the game.
well, yeah,
The
exactly.
less amount of time that you have to put into the game, then the more features like that you want to use, so you can feel like you're getting something done.
Mhm. And lately I have not had as much time as I used to. So,
Gonna have to get out the excavator here soon. It's starting to get a pretty steep gap here. Also getting quite the pile of material over there too. That's why I added a second processor.
Billy. Yeah, it is if you have time for all that.
Big Vito catches the star. There you go, Vito. JPM Modding, thank you for that hydrate. I have to go wake up the kids here in a little bit and get them out starting to shovel. I was joking with my wife last night that I was going to yeet my kids out the kitchen door into the driveway so they could start shoveling. Thank you for that stretch there, Big Vito. Because there's a good 2 feet of snow drifted up along the edge of the house here. Don't look at me like that, kitty. Cat's looking like judging me over there from his post. Sitting on top of my PlayStation.
Don't look at me
Is
in
it
that tone
on?
of voice.
Oh yeah, it's off. It doesn't get turned on that often, but it happens to be where he can sit on it and have his front paws hanging off the back edge and look between the curtains out into the driveway. And now I have another cat. Dr. Reaper's Repairs. Can I rename this building? I'm assuming this is the one Billy wants to. Repairs. There we go, Billy. A lot of that's done with your bots, Vito, for the shoutouts and the commands, depending on what type of software you're using. The channel points are, of course, done through Twitch. Streamlabs, you'd use CloudBot for those then. And then once you get to your CloudBot, there's a page that has all of your commands and stuff on it. How's it going there, Fummins? working. That's no fun. That's no fun at all. Wow. Sorry to hear that there, Fummins. No fun when you don't get a weekend.
So who's everybody pulling for in the football games today?
Me,
Go
I
I,
just got
Sports.
bad because of me.
is that, I don't care.
Go Sports.
For me, it's anybody but the Rams. I don't want to see Odell Beckham get a ring.
I'm kind of in the same boat as Reyes. I could care less.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't really paid attention to football, and this is the most I've paid attention to football in years.
Anybody watch the Royal Rumble? Or does that count as a sport too?
I watched a little bit
I
of it. I
have-
watched up until the women's royal, the battle royal, and then I went to sleep. I'll watch the rest of it later.
Last time I watched wrestling, and it was for a very brief period, The Rock still wrestled. Prior to that, it was when Andre the Giant and Bam Bam wrestled. So, good afternoon there, Dadson. How are you doing? All shoveling and snow blowing. Well, that's even less fun.
I'm not a big fan of soap operas, so I don't do any guys or girls soap operas.
I actually
Yep.
wrote a paper on professional wrestling calling it the male's version of the soap opera. The funny thing is, my English professor was dead set against it, and then read it, and then started watching wrestling after that.
Stricken with the... Oh, that's not good to hear there, Dadson. Good afternoon there, MacGyver.
Hey, MacGyver.
Hey, MacGyver.
I'm sorry there, Bad. That's right, you'd asked me to help you out the other day. I forgot all about it. Send me a message in Discord, Bad, to remind me so I see it when I get done streaming. I'd completely forgotten about that the other day. If I don't have post-it notes or stuff like that hanging around, I am horrible about remembering that stuff.
I'm the same way.
I
Post-it
apologize
notes
for
and
that.
index cards.
Yep. Well, I've got a notepad over here. If I don't write stuff down on it, I forget, like, so fast. Ah, there we go. Alright. Exactly. Yes, indeed.
Think how much money they made off that product.
Yep. This is the start of my mining expansion. Once I sell my gold bars, all of these gold masters are going to get rearranged, so I'm starting to clear the area where they're going to get rearranged to. I'm also going to rearrange the smelter area. And this is going to be the new mining construction area where I'll keep my equipment and stuff like that. Once I have the Gold Masters rearranged, I'll rearrange the stone processors as well. Invented it but forgot about it and had to reinvent them. Nice there, Dadson. Up the pile. It's getting better about filling. Extending out the ground. I've been making little tweaks to it so I know what I need to use for the A60 when I get there. Oh yeah, at some point that pile will get fed through those machines and turned into other product eventually. I just haven't gotten there yet. That's why I added a second machine, because it wasn't processing it near fast enough. I probably need to add a third, especially as much as this hill is going to get cut out. But it does start to slope downhill too, so I'm going to be extending all the way to those trees on the other side of my western star, which means I'll need to use some material for raising that up. And
Your mic.
yeah.
Oh, your mic's not working. I don't think.
Yeah, it's working. I can see it moving.
Oh, I forget you're on delay.
Yep. Well, there's always a couple second delay because of the interwebs.
And micro stutters.
That too. That too. Get this brought up, dumped in the train quick. Probably not, Dadson. I might, I don't know. I know there's gonna be some of the stuff that if I do it isn't gonna be active, that's for sure. Alright, yeah, I'll clean out those other two products, and then it's gonna be time to hire the train and get them sent off for sale. Oh, I fully agree, Dadson. I mean, if I did it, I might do it in a way like in the way Dave was doing it last night, where it would be a separate save file just for people to mess around with me. But I'd find it hard to start a new save file just for that when I've got all of this time into this save file. So I don't know. I mean, it might be a once a month thing if I did it. How's it going there this morning there, Mr. Donkey Pooper? And Pop78. Good afternoon there, Charles. How are you doing there this morning, Mr. Jaron? Yep, this is my highest capacity truck. But I leave it reserved for mining products. And construction products. Busy installing mods on the new laptop gaming PC. There you go. Yeah, it'll take all products, Dadson, but I'm not actually going to use it for anything other than just the mining and construction stuff. Gypsum. Eventually I've got to get the, That's right, Dave added a few new production buildings. That's the extended bakery. Dairy, fruit processing, tailor shop extended. I gotta check and see if I've got the extended tailor shop. Some point I gotta do the barrel factory. And the charcoal factory. Small concrete production at some point maybe. But I don't have access to sand, so that doesn't really make sense. Drywall factory. That's expensive. How's it going there, Ali Bongo? The glue factory. At some point. Paper factory. Place to get rid of my wood chips. The whiskey factory. At some point. Oh, the drywall factories and stuff are pretty big. That might be something I do because I do own a big chunk of land right here. I'll probably split this off, and this will be a mining area right in here. I'll fence it in and do what I need to do. Eventually I'll pick up this piece of property too, and I'll fence the mining area in. And then over here I can probably start from this road, putting in some factories over in here. Morning there, Georgia Assassin.
Now you can actually make a course now with Courseplay. They have a record button.
Oh, there you go, for your grass fields and stuff. Hmm. Alright, let's get over here so we can rent ye old train. Nope, nothing changed there.
Morning, Georgia.
That was fill application deter. Oh, no worries there, donkey. But yeah, the drywall factories and stuff are pretty good size, so. There you go, Big Vito. I'm the last person to ask that, Sogwick. I know how to remove some of the textures and separate them out, but put it this way, Shy Wizard showed me how to texture stuff, and it went right over my head. Because it involves, you've got to put in the textures, and you've got to link things up, and do all kinds of weird stuff, and it just went right up over my head. Could be coming from that direction. Yep. It's backing in. Even if I wanted to try and take a quick look in Discord, Sogwick, I have not the faintest clue with that stuff. Charles. Nice. Not a bad laptop. Alright. We need gypsum. I hear you, Fummins. I'm sure the roads are pretty nasty where I am with the snow blowing around still. Alright, and on to the next one. Gypsum limestone. I wish there was a something to do with all the lime. Limestone. Calcium carbonate. There. Get these sent off and sold. Make a little bit of money off it. I saw it, Aussie. Oh, nice. 217 grand. Heck yeah. Let's take a look what we've got over here on this end of the property. Because we've got this whole area in here that I own, down to where this little road section comes out. I could put in a factory up here facing that way. I could put one down here. Glue factory would probably be a good one to start with. Oh, paper factory's nice and small. I could stick that up here. Gotta do some work, but I could stick the paper factory up there. .3M glue factory isn't too big. If I cleaned out some trees, I could kind of set this in like that. And then I could set this opposite, like this. So I'd have to clean out some trees. Not a ton, but some. I'd do a charcoal factory at some point too. Barrel. I need coal for the barrel factory, because I need steel. I gotta double check to make sure I've got the actual tailor shop extended and not the regular tailor shop, because Dave went and changed that out. Oh, now this is all different, so... Chipboard. Instead of storing, we're going to distribute the chipboard now. And we can turn on the shelving units. I wonder if he meant to have that like that. I don't know. Yes, there are supply and transport contracts. All right, have a good one there, Vito. Materials missing? Oh, it needs chipboard, and then it'll start producing the shelving. Gotcha. It'll get chipboard shortly. I've got some I can bring down if I have to, too. Yeah, give me 1 second and I'll show you how those work. Stitched in the country, stitched in the country. Farmer Sim 1400, thank you for the follow. Welcome into the channel. How are you doing today? Where is my clothing? I do not have the good one. It's missing materials. All good, that's good to hear. Yeah, that's what he's talking about, Shy Wizard. I actually have it installed. It's pretty cool, the way they did it. So the way they did the supply and transport contracts is it'll pick up to 4 random products on the map, and then you have to supply this amount of product to wherever it is, like the grass to the animal dealer. If I had 232,000 liters of grass, I could supply it to the animal dealer before this timer expires, and they'd pay me $49,000 for it. Like the rye, if I could supply the 33,000 liters of rye to Kappa, which is one of my production buildings that's been renamed, they'd pay me $89,000 or $88,000 for that rye. If I had 191,000 liters of blueberry kicking around, I could bring it to the fruit processing extended factory, and they'd give me $656,000 for it. But if I were to take this contract and I don't finish, I don't supply all of this product before the time expires, I get charged for the extra product. It's a cool theory on it, and I kind of like the way they did it. So I'll have to get my brucks down here, take out some of these trees. We'll have to clear some land, because this is pretty bumpy. We'll see about clearing this out. And we can come off of this road right here with another one. Good morning there, Tadpole. And we can look at putting in a couple of factories over here, I think. Oh, look. There's a big hole underneath Dave's road. Don't tell Dave. Look at that. Look at that. Don't tell Dave. Though, in fairness, that's probably been fixed by Dave. It just doesn't show up on mine because I don't have a... You know, I haven't started over lately. At this point, I won't be starting over. I've got too much work into the map. But yeah, I think I need to get down here, clear out some of these trees. We can level out the ground. Tadpole with a stretch will do. And we can look at starting to put in the glue factory. Glue factory first so I can start making the toys with the glue. Have something to do with all the resin that I've got stored up. And then we'll work on the drywall factory, because I believe drywall now is a decently priced item to sell at probably down here. Drywall. No sell point available for drywall. Did Dave not add it into the Home Depot? I think Dave forgot to add in drywall to the Home Depot.
Yeah, it sure looks like it.
Yeah. I think he did forget. Yeah, I need to kick over and stop. Where is my pallet factory? Pallet factory. Go back to distributing pallets because I'm going to start needing them in more places again. I'll just let it build up instead of selling them. I was selling them for a little bit of extra money because I had so many. And I gotta talk to him too about the boosted versus non-boosted, unless it's just an extra production line, that's why, but I don't know how he did the woodwork thing. I will also have to switch out this building for the other one. So I get the boosted one, or the one that can boost its production output. But for some reason I'm not getting a lot of fabric into here, which is curious. I've got 2 different places doing the fabric, so... This is distributing fabric. It has wool and cotton running.
Do you have a storage building?
Nope.
Okay.
Oh, I got more than a little bit of snow. And this is distributing and it's running wool. So I should be getting, you know, a fair amount of fabric. Definitely more than one place should be giving me for, you know.
How do you change the name of the buildings?
When you're in the build menu, if you highlight the building, you can then hit spacebar to rename.
Huh. Okay, didn't know that.
Yep. A lot of buildings can be renamed, believe it or not.
Had no idea. Never saw that.
Only reason why we even picked up on it was because of that's supposed to be Shell Unicorn Farts, but it doesn't like farts, so it makes it look like fists. See, it won't even let me do stitched. I put stitched, and it makes it an exclamation point. Uncle Sam needs his cut for the government building. Gas me up for a diesel generator.
Nice.
So, some of them can't be, but some of the most of them can. In order to get morale to build up, you need to go to the ba-dum-bum-bum. It's the entertainment you need for morale. Bowling alley, baseball field, the toy shop, I believe also gives entertainment value. The other stuff gives you your support, which I'm not even getting safety support. I don't need it yet. I got a fair amount of electricity built up and labor, so that's a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
But now that I'm going to start adding more factories, it's gonna go quick. It's one of the things I'm going to have to do is I'm going to need to get another tractor for my forestry operation to keep up here for doing planting and things like that. Just for doing the stump grinding, but also for replanting, because I'm going to start going through trees like crazy now that there's more wood to... I'll be processing a lot more wood. Where is the wood? Yeah, see, I'm going to have to drop off a load of wood here soon before long to keep up with the wood products. It will go through it pretty quick. Make sure they're distributing back to the... You have to have them activated and distributing back to the government building. I will also need to get another forklift down here and a little shelter down here as well to put products into. Do I own this property? No, I don't. That's part of 71. Okay, never mind. So even if I wanted to, I couldn't really put a building on it. Oh, I mean, I could, but... See, I like these little sheds like this. I just wish they weren't 40 grand.
There's that easy up one.
Yeah, I mean, this one's 10 grand, but the thing's massive. You know, I mean, I don't need a shed that big. It's bigger than the building. I mean, this one's nice. It's neat, small, and tiny. You can tuck it in places pretty nicely. And it's not a huge amount of footprint, but it's 40 grand. Because I might take something like this, put it on the back side of the building here. And then I can put my store my stuff in it until I'm ready to sell. Hello?
Morning.
Morning
guys
there, Mr.
later.
Casket.
Good morning.
Because I could do this building right here. Tuck it in just like so. And I'll have to buy a forklift, get a forklift down here. And now I've got a spot to store my toys, my shelving, and my furniture.
Toys.
Well, yes, Dave added it so you can now do toys and shelving and stuff at the carpentry. Not like I don't have enough flippin' buildings already. Or forklifts, I mean. I literally
wish you
have
could
like
put a-
5 forklifts or floating around the map.
I wish you could put a sell point at like the toy store. When you placed it down, it not only generated morale, but it acts as a sell point too.
Oh, for the toys?
For toys or whatever.
Well,
Whatever he chooses.
I know one of the things that Dave is going to be doing at some point will be putting down. He's going to have like a construction site where you'll be able to bring some of the excess materials and
Mm-hmm.
drop them off to generate additional like community points and stuff like that for using up those materials. I know that is
Cool.
one of his plans eventually.
So are they saying you got round 3 coming later this week?
Me? Yeah, unfortunately.
I'm stoked.
Wednesday, Thursday.
Yeah, I'm stoked for Wednesday, Thursday here.
Why, you're gonna finally get some snow?
Oh, yeah, buddy.
I got 14 inches yesterday. You can take it.
That's what they're talking about we could have here.
Oh, screw you, because that means it'd be another, like, foot plus here, and I don't want any more dang snow.
Well, for us, it's from what I was watching last night from my local weather. You got the main one coming through Tuesday. It's going to be rain, transferring over to snow Tuesday night, and then Wednesday. And
Yeah, I just need
that,
one for now.
that alone is like 5 to 10 inches they're talking. But there's another system coming out of Texas, and they said that is the wild card, because if it goes towards the south, more towards like Tennessee, we're not going to get much, a couple inches maybe. But if it
Yeah.
stays more to the north and heads towards Indianapolis, then we're looking at another 4 to 8 inches.
Aha. Yeah, I need to find a Manitou, like one of these little Manitou forklifts that has, like longer forks to it. Just a little bit longer than what that one does. That way you can easily pick up 2 pallets at a time with it. Hey Darius, come and say hi? No, apparently not. I shall steal your stop sign and deposit you elsewhere. And apparently that truck doesn't want to drive off on its own, so. There we go. We'll deposit the stop sign there. And pulling into the lot here. Unload. Is it this size though, Zippy, or is it a really, really big forklift? because I like how this one gets around really easily. It looks small. I'll have to check it out. Oh, is it the electric one? Really, Mr. Pallet, with no collision on you. You're dumb. AJ is fire. Thank you for that follow. Welcome into the channel. How are you doing today? See, because this doesn't like to pick up 2 pallets at a time. It tends to freak out.
Put them side by side and stab a fork in each pallet.
I'm doing pretty good. Just spending more money. I love that. Get out of the forklift. Hey, look, there's another pallet right behind you now. Where were you 2 seconds ago?
Waiting until you turned around?
Pretty much. There we go. I have a little shelter to store stuff in. I know it's completely unnecessary, but it, you know, just kind of cool to do.
It makes you happy, so whatever.
Yep. Optional fork extensions. I gotcha. How do I want to do this? Let me spin round. I will head back to my main farm. I think I'm gonna grab my Fendt 700. Now, you know what? Maybe I'll just run up and I'll grab my Kloss and throw the Brucks on that. There's a Lindy one too with large or small forks. Alright. I'll have to check and grab one. Maybe I'll upgrade my forklifts at some point. I'll also have to look at, once I rearrange my whole Goldmaster setup and everything else, I'll have to look at buying a small coal mine too at the same time. I'll have to find out which one's going to be a cheap coal mine to get into, and alright, NX over here. Drop that off. Grab this. You have a floating fan? Let me guess, right next to the grain elevator where I currently have my Home Depot? I mentioned that to Dave. Yeah, I mentioned that one to Dave. I was like, yeah, there's a floating fan over here. I kind of got the, what do you mean there's a floating fan? He said he was going to look into it. Apparently he didn't. Oh, I still got to talk to Fummins about my idea for this Western Star. Nice there, Fummins. How's it going there, bad lad? I want to take that auto-load flatbed and stick it on the back of the Western Star. Since it's a longer truck. I could stretch it a little bit. Ah! Sliding. I'm just looking at maybe putting the flatbed for the auto load Mac thing there on the back of the Western Star. It would look a little bit more realistic on the back of the Western Star because it's a longer truck. Whoa! Not used to these tires not having the same grip as the other tires. I gotta slow down more for this. Yeah, the fan Billy is talking about will be just over here, beside my Home Depot. Ta-da! Right there. Look, occlusion culling kicked in. This is what the occlusion culling does. If you're inside the building, that's how much you see on the other side of it. Alright, down this little road here, we're gonna unload and gotta figure out where we're gonna put our buildings in over here. Oh, it's a bit lumpy and bumpy over here. Holy cow. Yeah, it's a bit lumpy and bumpy. Yeah, it's a big bump. Come on. don't have access to this land. Don't give me that. Cut the stupid thing. That's what I thought. Go away. Stinking tree. How far am I from my property line, I wonder? Go over this way. I'll grind you up over here. As soon as I can get out from underneath the stupid thing. There, that's better. Now where was that stump? There's that stump. I don't think that's Winston's class mower there, T. Miller. I think it's Wimmer. Viking Streaming coming in with a raid of 2. How you doing there, Viking Streaming? How was your stream? Welcome in, Raiders. Can I get a shout out for Mr. Viking Streaming when somebody gets a chance? Thank you there, Mr. Billy. Yeah, Wimmer's class mower. How's it going there, Amaki? How are you doing? That's good to hear, Amaki. Quiet but nice. There's nothing wrong with nice and quiet. Yeah, I already have his D11 dozer there, bad lad. It's parked over there. I think I'm gonna just park this up over here for now. David Bauer 15, thank you for the follow. Welcome into the channel. How are you doing today? Let's see, will it let me... decoration fences. We want a tall chain link fence. With a gate. That gate. Let's get a gate. Good, just woke up. Nothing wrong with that. Need to get some work done at home. Storm damage from the night. Alright there, Viking Streaming. You have a good one. That's a pretty narrow gate. I'm gonna have to get that electric sliding gate. For the time being, I think I'm gonna do one of these numbers here. I'm gonna keep that. And then I'll come across from the other gate. I'll come right through here. And then I'll go out around this pile. And the tree for the time being, and I'll come back up this way. And it'll be me fencing in my... I'll have another gate down here, and that'll be me fencing in my area. And then I want to have the gold masters go like 1, 2, 3, 4 if I can. Or maybe I'll just have 3 of them, but I'll straighten them out a little bit differently away from the mine. And then I'll put the smelters in over here. I'll do 2 or 3 smelters. And then my goal will be to have the... I can have a pile for ore, a pile for coal to feed the smelters. And then my gravel mine. I think that's how I'm going to do it. Eventually I may add in the... I'll pick up this mine too, even though it's salt. I don't know what I need salt for, but I'll pick up that property anyway. And then I can do like the concrete over here to make concrete products. And I'll set up maybe 2 or 3 of the stone crushers over here. Alright. I need to get that. Let's check for that gate. Okay. That one there. Wish people had been able to have, you know, could figure out the whole fence thing. Being able to make placeable fences. But I guess not. What else is new this morning? I don't know. Oh, look! Somebody converted Estancia Lapacho. Eager Beaver. Ah, specific for Yukon Valley map. That explains a lot. Have to see what they did to Yukon Valley to make that work. Oh look, there's a coffee production factory. Somebody beat Boom to it.
Be boom to what?
Oh, there was a big running joke in 19 that Boom made a coffee factory, and then he spent forever getting the coffee factory done. So when's the coffee factory coming? And now we have coffee on 22, and no coffee factory. But somebody just put out a coffee factory, so it was kind of like boom beat. Somebody beat him to it.
I got you.
Um, just the ability to make the fences. I actually have to jump out. I want to grab that other forklift too from the in-game mod hub. Additional placeable fences using the fence system. What was it? X-Man, I think, had been working on it at one point, trying to do it where you could do the, Wow, that's different. It's actually been going to that point lately instead of crashing to the desktop. Move those
I got
into
rid of the
there.
lumberjack mod, and I don't crash the desktop anymore.
Yeah, I still have the lumberjack mod, but I'm gonna get rid of it, I think. There was a couple of mods in here I wanted to get rid of. The money tool, because that was testing things out for Dave. Lumberjack I'm probably going to get rid of because it's been acting up on me. There was something else in here too that I wanted to get rid of. Defense 700 Vario. Because I'm not actually using that mod. I've got the in-game 700. And I don't need the D6 because I've got the D11. It's coming along. I've still got some blender work to do on it, but it is coming along. I've still got to finish working on some of the texture stuff. And I don't know how, but my door got moved and it's going to annoy me. My door got moved out of position and I don't know how. But I've still got to finish doing the work on the trailer piece here. And then I have to UDIM, UV map, and I'm done. It's going into Giants at that point and writing the XML. Well, I've got to animate the bed too. But somehow this got moved and I don't know how, and I haven't bothered to take the time to put it back yet. I also lost some grills in here and I don't know why. So I've got to go back through and look at that. But I've got most of the cab materials separated out, so I can get them into Giants without an issue. I've done the interior, the cab, the tires, a lot of the front of it. It's just working on this trailer section. So like right now, for example, these cables right here, think they've got 35 materials, even though probably 33 of these aren't even used. So I've got to go in, delete out the materials that it doesn't use for these cables, and then probably UDIM the cables so that they can be brought in without having an issue in Giants Editor. That's the step I'm at right now. Sometimes you take a break, go to your brother's and watch a war movie in his home theater. Alright, Sogwick, sometimes it's good to take a mental break. But I'll have to look at doing like these cylinders and stuff like that. Different parts of it. So, I made some pretty decent progress the other day. I just don't know when I moved the door by accident. Or how I moved the door. I just noticed it when I looked in and saw that the door wasn't lined up anymore and went, how did that happen? How's it going there, Stephanie? Alright, forklifts. Ah, the little electric jobby. And we'll install it, take a look. We'll take a look at that one, and then there's this lizard one, too. Well, that seems cheaty.
I approve.
I figured you would.
Wow. This is gonna be a boring day.
I figured you'd approve. Somehow I figured you would. Well, those are the only ones here. No, I didn't want that. I said search. Yeah, that's not coming up on the in-game mod hub there, KevCast. There's a Clark. Yeah, see, exactly. Wheel loader forks. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Teller truck.
I'm having that same problem, T. Miller.
There's that one. There's a Ford one. Oh, pallet autoload function. Nope, no thanks. Clark. Nope, no thanks. I'll stick with those ones. Yep, that's fine. I don't care about olives, right? Or the that rather. Yeah, in order to get rid of the olives, Dadson, you have to literally paint the entire field away.
Try
Down.
doing it with just meadow grass itself.
Use the meadow
first.
grass.
Don't do the actual ground, or you'll lose stones forever on that field. So just do the actual like grass in the bushes section.
Yeah, that happened because when JD added the additional fill types, it reordered some of it and caused something to switch with olives. Not a problem, Dadson. Well,
It was only if you had specific things planted before the update.
Yep. Yeah, if you had specific crops growing before the update, it got switched with olives or grapes, I believe.
Yeah, I believe it was sorghum got switched with olives. I don't know what got switched with grapes.
Sarofun, thank you for the follow. Welcome into the channel. How are you doing today? Hope I got your name right. Let's take
Guy
a
had
look at
3
the
field
forklifts.
Stetson.
Now it's 55 grand. What do you mean cover, yes or no? Oh, over the wheels. I'll do a beacon light. Three fields, ouch. I'm guessing the forks just extend out or something.
For what, the extension?
Yeah.
No, the extension was that top piece on the top of the...
Well, yeah, this here, but these forks are supposed to extend out longer.
Oh.
The extension gives it a backrest, which is fine.
Yeah.
This one also has a much taller lift, too.
I
Mast.
see that. That's pretty sweet.
You can add a little beacon to the back of it. So because these ones just have these regular forks on it. These ones have this here, which looks like it extends out for longer pallets.
Mm-hmm.
Too bad they're 55 grand a piece. And I only have 5 of the Manitous, so you know, there's 250 grand to replace all of those. Jiminy Christmas. That's gonna cost me an arm and a leg.
Good thing you have a whole bunch of gold to sell off.
Yeah, that's probably when they'll get switched out. I'm just waiting for it to say, you have a great demand in July, and I'll be like, done.
Yeah.
Yeah, boy. Done. Repair the bucket. And the loader. Better. Last I checked, it was around $43,000 in climbing. $45,000 in climbing. I will tell you this though, I'm keeping an eye on that. If it hits about 55,000, regardless of great demand, they're getting sold. Because right now I've got about
I don't blame you.
40 gold bars right now.
That's a good payday right there.
Uh-huh. Well, like I said, that's got to buy my coal mine so I can start producing steel. I've got to move my smelters and move my gold masters. That's what it's going to pay for. And then anything else, it pretty much what's going to happen, but I would almost guarantee that's what's going to happen. I'm going to sell them all, and it's going to be like, great demand! Son of a... Because I think I'm going to try and buy this plot right here for the coal, because I won't need a ton. There is a coal mine here, but this one's 700 grand because you get all of this, and I don't need all of that. I just want... I mean, there's enough coal right here to get me a long while, you know? So that's 245 grand. I'll pick up that one. I've already got an ore mine here, which I've barely scratched the surface of. And I will pick up this particular, again, the salt mine. I don't need salt right now, but I'll pick it up just so I have the land to be able to do what I was talking about over there. So, alright, we're going to pick a level, we're going to pick a height in here. But the first thing I've got to do is I got to make sure that painting, I want to find the back of my property so I don't go off of it. That's the key. There's the back of my property. So I can level a little bit, but this is where I want the back of my building to be. There. Now I know where the back edge of the building is going to go. Somewhere in here like this. There. Because that's going to be right where my fence line is too. Come on. Alright, decoration. Where is that? Ooh, that's a big gate. I like that gate. I want to make sure it's straight. Otherwise it's going to bug me.
Triggered.
Yeah, usually. Like so. And we can take this here. Like so. And then we're gonna go right here. Dee 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 dee. Where am I at? About the middle of that row, like that. There. Nope, that's the best, that's the highest chain link fence I've seen so far. Is that one there. I haven't seen any, because I'd love to see one that has like razor wire on the top of it. That would be awesome. But I have not seen that yet. And others. There we go. I have a little security hat. Little security hut now. Let me back that up just a little bit. I should probably put it on the side with the gate. Over here like so. There. Zoom zoom. Perfect. I like it. My mining area is starting to get closed in. Aha! It's just counterbalance weight for the gate. That's why I put the fence on the other side of it. It's done to help counterbalance the weight of the gate. It also gives something for the rollers to level the gate and keep it straight type of thing. Alright, now I need to grab my mining truck. Where did I leave my mining truck? Oh yeah, I left it way up over here. Let's get this over there and we'll start clearing spot for our next bit. I need to show Dave the automatic animated object script that comes with that, because that might actually solve some of Dave's issues that he was talking about. Because there's a script that can go with that gate, so when you pull up to it, it'll automatically animate it. And that might be able to be adjusted so that it might create some of the factory animations he wants to do. Alright, so I think we'll take probably this right here as my level point. Or do I want to go... Oh, let's grab... not the cat. I mean, at this point, there's no harm in trying it, because it does allow you to automate with a proximity thing. So maybe that could be adjusted for the factories to an extent. Not really, Dadson. That's the one bit we're missing, really. So I think as far as the two factories go, over here is going to be my point. No, Kevkaz. It is listed as an automatic gate, but in order for it to be automatic, you need a separate script that needs to be added into your map. Alright, and over here, we're going to change this to... I think it's Asphalt Road 2? Nope, not 2. Not double. Not double. Not 1. Yep, Asphalt Road 1. Right there. You can. Now, if only I could get a paving machine to do this. That would be cool. Now, I've got a Volvo that needs my attention long before that happens, Dadson. Whoa. What happened there? I'm sure he probably will, Billy. So, I am. Why am I going downhill instead of maintaining a level surface? It's probably the flattening strength that's not keeping up. There we go. That's back to where it should be. you gonna behave, or are you gonna be a pain in the butt? There we go. That's the height it was supposed to be at right there. That's the idea, Chris. I kind of like playing around with this, and I'll get out the front loader here in a minute, the wheel loader, and I'll start doing the wheel loader side of it, cutting into the hillside. And then when I'm done, I'll run over it with this and smooth it all out to the asphalt side. This is on a third-party site, yes. I don't remember which one, but if you search for the ham, you should be able to find it, Grumpy Dwarf. And then I'm just using 0.3.5 of the terraforming mod.
Thank you.
If you do exclamation Terra Dadson, it'll bring you to the release page for it. Morning there, Bad Bake. How was the weather yesterday down in your parts? Hopefully it didn't treat you too badly. I do indeed, Dadson. I'm sure. I know the wind was blowing like a son of a gun where I am. I think the road the road starts to go uphill too much. That's why it's doing that. Not a problem. Let's see how bad Bait got hit by the snow. Oh yeah, that'll do it. Nicely insulated. That's what my house looks like at the moment. That is what my house looks like at the moment. Exactly. Who needs hay when you've got snow blown 3 feet up against the side of your trailer? Now, why are you going down? Can't go very quickly with this thing going forward. I'm sure. My dog was not very happy to go out my front door yesterday, though. He went outside and the snow was up to his stomach, and he went, "You expect me to do what out here?" He was not very happy with me at all when he went out to go to the bathroom last night. My Backstrom, thank you for the follow. Welcome into the channel. How are you doing today? Not an equal sign like that. Maybe that'll help. Oh, of course. Sit outside in the snow. Yeah, yeah. How's it going there, Cronin? Yeah, the winds were pretty bad yesterday. I heard them rattling the roof on my house yesterday, and I wasn't very happy with that. Thank you for that hydrate there, Tadpole. Mrs. Frost will appreciate that. Now my kids, of course, have to go out and shovel the little snow drifts around the driveway and the path to the oil barrel and things like that, so we can
Gotta
get.
earn their keep.
Oh yeah. They gotta go shovel around the car. That's pretty well snowed in too. I don't blame you. Well, that's the good thing about my stream. I love people that love to come and hang out, and I love people that love to come and lurk too. So if you're enjoying the content and you're lurking away playing something else, it works for me too. Yes, it is leveling and painting the ground at the moment. Now that I'm down to a certain point, and I'm going to have to start digging more, I'm going to jump in this one. Switch this back to gravel. I'm going to shut the debug mode off. And now I'll start digging the ground down with this. So let me go X to flatten, Y to turn it on. And now I'm going to start digging the ground down with this. I'll get stone out of it. That I'll dump into my truck here. Oh, I hear you, Cronin. I do the same thing a lot. I'll watch a stream on one screen, or sometimes two, and play on my other one, and just kind of hang out and relax, and works just fine for me. I do have to turn up this. Not 800, 80. How's it going there, Steven? Well, we appreciate that there, Dadson. That's good to hear there, Steven. The Forest? Yep, the Forest is a pretty good one. I played that quite a bit, primarily on the PlayStation, but I played the Forest. It's a pretty decent game. Interesting concept. Has a good creepiness factor to it. I got about 14 inches here, Steven. Yeah, I haven't checked out that one yet. I mean, don't get me wrong, I like a good 7 Days to Die. Icarus is pretty good. I enjoy that one quite a bit. Yeah, I just know my driveway had about 14 inches in it when the dog went out last night. Pretty well level across the driveway out into the yard because the dog was jumping around and it was right up to his stomach. And he was kind of like, "Nope, Dad, I don't want to be out here. What do you expect me to do in this stuff?" You want me to do what out here? I don't think so. He was all confused. Valorant, Lost Ark, etc. Yeah, Farm Sim's pretty relaxing. I don't miss the first-person shooters or anything like that. I enjoy sitting here, relaxing, just hanging out, having a good time. It's nice. No stress to it. Using VCA, you prefer big fields? Yep. I'm the same way. I've got some fairly good sized fields. Right now they're just growing and doing their thing, and I'm in the middle of trying to clear for a couple new production buildings that I just got. So I'm working on leveling out the ground so I can put down my drywall and glue factories. Glue factory first so I can start doing the toys. Start making toys for the kids.
Tarkov, stress free.
No. I started on New Farmer on this map. It's a 4X version of Elm Creek. I've got my own toys. I have giant sandbox toys. See, that's the thing with guys. We never really grow up. Our toys just get bigger.
And more expensive.
Much more expensive, yes. Thank you there, my love, for gifting a tier 1 sub to the channel. For those that don't know, that is my wife there, Miss Frosty Kisses. I never really got into Stone Valley in 19. By that point, when that came out, I was already well into Pleasant Valley or PV County and Uncharted and those.
I was kind of hoping he was going to do PV County as counties and divide the map up in different areas.
Yeah,
Kinda like you
I
have
wasn't
counties.
involved in the early on process of that. I just found the map after he'd already released it and offered to help him with a project, and before you know it, well, here I am.
He sucked you in.
Well, I just offered to help him out with a project, and before you know it, he got me in Discord and
Mm-hmm.
just like, eh.
Okay.
Well, after his stream one night, he pulled me into Discord, and then we spent probably 2 hours just hanging out chatting in Discord. And then next thing you know, I've got like moderator privileges and all this and that, and I'm like, okay, what do I do with all of this?
He saw something in you.
Apparently. Then I decided to try streaming out, and well, now here I am. A year and a bit from the time I first started streaming. Got lucky enough to ride that FS22 wave.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't say anything like that there, Fummins.
Dave knows good talent when he sees it.
Well, if he does, then I don't know why I'm here.
That, in case in point, I'm here too, so.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't. We just try to give him too
I
much
know.
credit.
You pity. That's what it is.
Probably. There you go. How's it going there, Therian Fall? How you
And
doing?
I'm just a content creator. I
Yeah,
don't
see-
mod, I don't do any of that.
Yeah, I'm more like Anakin. You were supposed to be the chosen one to bring balance.
Right.
See, that's the thing, though. They all misread that horribly when you think about it. Bring balance to the Force. Well, if there's only ever like 2 Sith and there's thousands of Jedi, that's a pretty unbalanced scale. Right?
I would think so.
So... y'all done read that prophecy way backwards. I don't hate sand at all, Bad Bake. I like my toes sitting in nice warm sand while I'm drinking something
With lots of
alcoholic
alcohol.
on a beach in, 70, 80 degree weather. I do like how Dave put the asphalt texture in here, and instead of giving the, it'll actually give the dark tire marks on it. Versus you get the, with the gravel texture, it doesn't give the darker tire marks. I like how they kept that in the, they put that into the game. I have to extend a little bit to the other side of the road because the road dips down too much. I'm going to flatten the road out a little bit there. Well, I didn't say that beach wouldn't be in the middle of nowhere where nobody else can find me. With being underground and a fake son. Just had an antigen test done. You were in contact with somebody. Tested positive. Oh, well, hopefully everything goes well for you. I'm doing pretty decent today. I think that's about as far back as I want to get towards my property line there. Yeah, I'll come out of the closet when I'm ready. I stream from a closet. Oh yeah. That's one of the reasons I'm still with her, Fummins. She has no problem calling me out for my crap and slapping me around when she needs to get me out of my funk if I'm in one. But she can attest, back when we were younger, I tried to buy a cave out in the Midwest, and she told me no, she wasn't going to live in a cave. It was a nice cave, though. 2-story interior, big 40-foot wall of glass, 2 stories high, had Italian marble floors, suspended second story inside, the whole 9 yards. It was a really nice cave. Had 140 acres of land off grid. Yes, walk-in closet. But I am literally in a closet. I figure, though, by the time I'm ready to retire, my wife will be good with the 100 acres in the middle of nowhere. Originally, she thought a half acre of land was more than enough, and I convinced her to go to 5-acre property, so baby steps. You can glare at me out the side of your head all you want to. I could see her out of my peripheral vision sitting right there. So, when I made that comment, she kind of turned around and glared at me. She wouldn't want to ruin her stuffed animals. She does have some stuffed Stitches that I've given her. Because Stitch is her favorite character in the world. That's pretty much what it boiled down to, Aussie, is I didn't want to be keeping the kids up at night out in the living room and stuff like that, so... Yeah. How's it going there, Manu? And, yeah, she has thrown a water bottle at me. I still have, I think I still have a bit of a bruise from that one. It hit me cap first in the eyebrow. That was rather painful. Extend this out with some of my extra gravel, or stone, I should say. See, not a bad little trick. Yeah, stone, gravel, kind of the same thing. Ooh, I just backed into my... There we go. Leroy Jenkins coffee. Nice. Good stuff. Oh, hiccups. Lovely. Oh, there you go there, Bad Bake. Nothing wrong with that. There we go. Mm-hmm. I had to raise a little bit more along that roadway. Like so. How's it going there, Alfred Prompt? I take it he performed well there, Alfred? There you go. No, Kevcaz, not typically. Only during the weekday. Not a problem. Making progress. Dee. Almost have room for the glue factory, I think. How's it going there, Awesome Watermelon? Congratulations on getting FS22. And how you doing there, Jers? Welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, I feel you there, Chris. Right now, I am working on a space for my drywall and glue factories. I will also have to make room for my paper mill, but I want to try and put that up near the actual lumber mill. I think they'd kind of fit nice together, being up in the same area. I'm probably gonna go back to, you can kind of see it a little bit, just a little bit further ahead of me. There's a weird ridge in the ground. I'm gonna go to just beyond that, maybe about even with that tree that's off behind the F1 menu there. And then I'm gonna go back that way just a little bit. And that'll be the space I need for those. Good morning, Diamondback. So I've been slowly adding to my construction equipment. Once I have this cut out, I'll run over it with the roller just to give it the pave texture. And then it should be ready to plop in my factory as soon as I get the money for it. The roller will level out the ground nicely, a lot better than this will. But I'll also use it to paint down like the asphalt texture. So you see I've got this asphalt texture. It should be available on several of the third-party websites. It's the HAMM. If you search this, you should be able to find it. There is one version of it that has issues. You see, I wonder if it's maybe even gotten an update. This one right here is the one I've got. I'll link it in chat for you guys. But this is the one I've got here. I'll be able to level all this out from the roadway here. Right straight on through back to the road over there. I'll have room for one factory here. And I might need to go just a bit further to get the second factory in. Because I'm looking to add... Where is it? The drywall's going to go in over here. So that'd be one. So from about there over. And the glue factory is going to go in over here too. So I've got to cut back to about that tree there. So I got to go to this tree here. To there. From the looks of it. Yep. So I've got to go to just beyond that tree. So I'll probably cut out till I'm close to this one here. I'll probably cut to back here somewhere, come over here in this area, and then I'd have room for both. So, 1 second, folks. I've got to get up, go use the restroom, and double check because my buddy is here plowing the driveway. Cleaning up the driveway, I think.
Yeah. Yes. Before he's done that, but I don't know if he wants us to move the car or not.
He might back drag it if we moved it quick.
Well, that was what I was thinking, but not exactly dressed myself to go out, you know.
Yeah. 1 second, folks. Alright, I'm on my way back. Sorry about that, folks. I had to go move the car for the plow guy. Whew. And now I can't see because it is bright out right now. Holy cow. Thank you for that, Hydrate. Oh, it's wicked. The light coming off the snow right now is ridiculous. Holy cow. Whew. It was scary and very bright. It's blinded me. Let's see. Let's take a good, see if I can get a picture of the height of that snowbank outside my house. Keep in mind there was no snowbank when I show you this prior to yesterday. And I don't have a very big driveway. I don't know if you guys can see that well or not, but that snowbank is as tall as my head, and it wasn't there yesterday. I got a good solid 14 inches of snow. It's pretty bad. Whew, but boy, is it bright out with the sun coming off of the snow. Alright, let's get this over, get it emptied out. We'll start the next load. Whoa, that's a big bump. Yeah, I'd say I got a little bit of stone here. What do you guys think? Probably a couple million liters, I'd guess. How's it going there, FPS nerd? You guys haven't gotten any snow yet this winter? Yeah, we hadn't really had much for snow until this storm. But boy, did it make up for it in a hurry. Yeah, that's usually how it goes. If we've gone through most of the winter in Maine without snow, it's gonna show up eventually. And it's gonna come in all at once. Especially where they're saying there's going to be another storm potentially Wednesday, Thursday. I bet you if that's the one Casket was talking about, we are going to be slammed by the end of the week. Yep. That's how Maine winters go. Oh, you thought I forgot about you? I didn't. I didn't forget one little tiny bit. Here I am. I might have to get the excavator over here to start digging some of that hillside down. It's getting pretty big over there. Ow. Oh, that was a really long hair that wasn't attached anymore, just tangled in. That is true, Bad Bake. At least our state is equipped for the snow, yes. That is one benefit. We are equipped for the snow. I think I might bench this and do 2 separate cuts. Because I don't want to dig this down as much where it starts to go uphill. And there's a road section here. So what if I bench it? What if I do that? I can put the glue factory over here, which will cover basically where I've already done. I'll have to go to that tree, essentially where I've already done, and then if I bench it for the drywall and do the drywall on this side, and then I can smooth the height in between them. Maybe I'll even take out that tree and go back a little bit further like this. That's not a bad idea, right? Like that. Let's get this over to the road. I'll park this over here. I need to grab this so I can take out that one tree. And we will bench that. Not yet, Georgia. When point 4 comes out, the bulldozers will work. So I'll have to cut this hillside a little bit, but this is pretty smooth and flat. There we go. Get rid of that tree. Like so. Wish I'd have measured this out a little bit better sooner. I'd have to take a lot less material out of here if I'd have kept it all kind of at this height instead. That's the one I was talking about, Chris. Yep, I'll bench it. I'll go here to about where this is. Z, kick this to a 3.00. Come back here. You're heading south? I wouldn't blame you one bit. There should be an asphalt road 2? Ah, that's the one I was looking for. like this. Matt Alice, thank you for the follow. Welcome into the channel. How are you doing? I wish Can't Drive the snow was up to our door, yeah. The snow was definitely deep this morning, for sure. I almost couldn't move the car. It had buried the car pretty good. That's for sure. Escape. I don't know why that popped into my head, but it did. Alright. And a little bit further. Over here a little bit more. Like so. Smooth the ground. Now we're going to turn this on. And smooth this out. Nice and neatly. There you go. If you're still here, Team Miller, and you're asking about this thing smoothing to make nice ramps, that's it right there. There you go, Chris. Bingo, just like that. Nice smooth road transition. Yep, yep. It does. It very well does. How's it going there, Tigris? It works quite well. Oh, that doesn't sound fun at all, Tigris. That does not sound fun at all. Has anyone been able to know? That's got a lot to do, Papa, with the navigation mesh on the cow barns and the Lua scripting attached to it. Yes, I can pick the paint texture. That's one of the things I was doing before. I was painting road going that way. Now I'm painting road going this way. I could do any one of the textures that are as part of this map pack. So any of the any texture that Dave has put into the map, I can paint with this roller if I want to. I can even disable it so it just does the ground without actually doing the texture. But I like having the texture there because it tells me where I have and have not done yet. Because you can see, like, where I've cut down with the wheel loader, it still needs to be flattened out a little bit. I can do the flattening. I can do smoothing. I can simply have it paint or flatten with this particular tool. Those are the only ones it will do. So here I am just flattening this down to where it was before. It's actually a slightly lower point than I had originally done, but I will fix that eventually. Because I want to bench the height of the ground out anyway, so that the next factory is going to be a little bit taller up, so I don't have to come down as far and dig it out as much. So it works pretty good. It definitely adds a new layer to the game if you want to kind of do what I'm doing and role play it out, where it's making room for your factories and stuff. It also saves me all the money on having to do all of this landscaping with the landscaping tool, which, as you know, can get quite expensive if you're doing a big project. So it might take me quite a few hours to do it this way, whereas you could do it a lot faster with the paint tool, but it's not going to cost me 200 grand in landscaping. And then I get the added benefit, too, of getting the stone or whatever product I dig out of the ground. It does throw a warning when you use it, but it's just a warning for the machine being nil. It's part of the script. It's just throwing a warning thing in there, but it still works. It can be Mac Willis. It can be a little bit smoother and work a lot better. No, the D11 does not yet work, Bad Lad. if you take the time to do it that way. It can be pretty nice. And Nil Caesar 74, thank you for the follow. Welcome into the channel. How are you doing? Like, I mean, right here, this is a road object. You can see the edge of it here. So I was able to actually match this road texture in from a different height with the smooth function and get it pretty spot on so you wouldn't really notice much of a transition leading up into the area that I flattened. And I flattened all of this so far. So it's going pretty good. I'm going to cut back here. And this should be far enough here to get my factory in. Gonna have to have it towed to a shop to recharge the batteries, full, warm it up, see if you get a... Oh, Tigris, that is... Yeah, I would not be a happy camper. Do you have a space heater at all that you could try to warm up the... warm it up a little bit? Blow some heat at it and see if you can't help warm the engine? So I'll go to about here, digging it flat to that level. And then I will bench this up to this height over here. Like probably right here. Well, yeah, I mean, I understand it's outdoors, but I was... You know, if you had a small space heater or something, you might be able to get some air, some hot air blown at it type of thing. So it was right about here. And we're gonna go back to gravel so we can tell where I have not been with the roller yet. How's it going there, Shep? There we go. So I've got to cut out that space right there. That'll be for the glue factory. I am indeed, Shep. Love the Terraform mod. Yep. Oh, I love the Terraform mod. I don't mind putting in a little sweat equity, as they call it, to save some money. Oh, I agree, bad lad. Nope, there's a whole bunch of equipment that works with it right out of the gate, Shep. This Volvo loader. There's some excavators and stuff. Quite a few loaders, including in-game buckets that all work with it right from the get-go. They're gonna be adding bulldozer support soon. They'll also be adding additional mod support in upcoming versions of it too. Just make sure you use version 3.5. It's more compatible with mods. If you do exclamation Terra, it'll bring you to the release section of the mod for downloads. Like I said, just scroll down to where point 3.5 is, and open that up and download that zip instead. Yeah, your block heater could be wearing out too, Tigris, as old as the vehicle is. Maybe your block heater just isn't keeping up. He's also supposed to be adding support for the ability to have your like dump trailers and stuff be able to work with the mod, so you can spread gravel and have it raise the height or smooth or whatever as you're dumping out of the bed. I think that's the biggest holdup right now for the next release. When you download, you just drag it into your file like any other mod. Low Viz, thank you for those 500 bits. I do appreciate it. Terraform looks like an awesome mod. What do you do on a map where there are areas that you can't level smooth raise with the leveling tool? Like there is a hidden object. In situations like that, Low Viz, do you have development tools enabled? Because if you have development tools enabled, or the developer tools enabled, you can do F4, which is a wireframe, to see if there's maybe a piece of a stump or something stuck in the ground. You can also turn off wireframe with F4, turn on F5. This shows collisions. So it will show you any collisions, like here, the tree collisions. So there's a collision in the ground that you can't see because there's part of a tree left. Then it goes to, this is showing light sources. This is showing sound sources. And then you go to this one here, which is kind of a grid that shows different ground heights and things like that. But usually coupled between F4 and F5, when I do this, you see how the stump is down in the ground? That stump may not necessarily all grind out when I cut the tree down. And if that happens, that stump will leave a collision in the ground, which prevents you from terraforming the ground around that stump. So if you're on PC, I can show you how to enable the developer controls, and you can check to see if you've got something stuck in the ground like that. So if you don't have developer controls turned on yet, Low Viz, you'll want to go into your Farming Simulator 2022 file, which is going to be in your Documents My Games folder, and you're going to come down to this Game XML file. Open it up in whatever Notepad, Notepad++, whatever you want to open an XML in, and you're going to look for Development Controls and make sure this reads true instead of false. By default, when you install the game, this is listed as false. So if you change it to true, and save it, when you go back into the game, make sure you're out of the game when you change that file, by the way. When you go back into the game, you'll have the developer controls, which is like F2 will show your FPS rate, F3 will uncap it, F4 becomes wireframe, the F5 menu is the different collisions and stuff like that, which is very handy for understanding what's going on at times. Hello, Kiston. Hi. Why are we twining around my feet right now? My cold, wet feet. Yay. A large rock boulder. Are you on No Man's Land, Shep? Or are you on a different map? Because those boulders have to be deleted in the map I3D, typically. If you're on No Man's Land, there's a way you can cut down a sign and remove them all. But if you're on, like, Elm Creek, for example, and there's a big rock in the field, the only way to get rid of that is to go into the map I3D file and delete it. Yep, you'd have to open up the map I3D in the Giants editor and delete the rock from the editor. Then when you load back into the map, it should be gone. I don't recommend doing that to any of the base game maps. Simply because it can cause issues with joining other people's servers, or every time Giants does an update, it's going to come back. But if it's a modded map, you can certainly open up the modded map, open the i3D, and then delete it that way. Yeah, it's never a good idea to modify base game files, because when you do, there's a very good likelihood that they'll get overwritten the minute there's an update, or it can cause compatibility issues with you joining other people's games. Alright. Let's go get this back over to the yard. Top these off while we're at it. There we go. And the rest goes into the giant pile of doom. giant pile of doom. Because those things won't process it fast enough, Reaper. Until I get a chance to redo my, the mining area. I've only got the 2 right now. Once I redo the mining area, those will come out and I'll rearrange this some, but I've just been digging out for factories and, well, my mining area. And in the process, gathering a lot of stone. Thank you there, Mr. Billy, for doing that. I do appreciate it. Let's take a look, make sure nothing's come up contract-wise, see what's going on. Potatoes. Ooh. Feeding Grain South, 23,000 liters of potatoes for 18 grand. Do I do it? $39,000 liters, that's a lot. I don't have that much. I suppose I could accept that contract. Might as well. Wow, Shy. That... Because I know, like I said, one of the things that X-Man was trying to do was get it so that, like, the telephone poles could be made into that, so you could place telephone poles and have them stretch out and connect with the wires. But, no, I'm not going to cheat, bad lad. I have potatoes in storage. I saved them for my seed. See, I've got 43,000 liters of potato in here. But that's what I use for seeding fields when people want me to plant potatoes. So I could literally just come pick up 23,000 liters with my trailer here, bring them down here, and make some money off them. And I think I might actually do that, because that's a good chunk of money for potatoes. 18 grand to just sell off 23,000 liters. I'm actually going to accept that contract. And we're going to have to go grab... let me think. I have a truck. Right here I can do it with. Let's go grab some potatoes. Potatoes! Potatoes. Start. Hello?
Hello.
Hey, Dave.
Good morning.
Hey, drywall.
Yeah.
Is that supposed to be sellable at Home Depot?
Yeah, is it not yet?
It's not. No.
We got. I don't even have it down yet.
I have Home
thought I
Depot
added it
down.
in.
I only noticed that as I was scrolling through, drywall has no sell point. And there's still the floating fan there next to that building when you take it out.
Yep.
So
Good morning, Billy.
I commented I
Wizard?
commented earlier about fences being able to make different fences. You know, taller fences with like barbed wire, whatever, yada yada. Apparently, Shy Wizards made a working fence mod using the base game files that he just needs to change the visuals on to see if he can make a custom fence. Because I had commented X-Man was trying to do it with the telephone poles.
Right. I wonder if he knows why. Yeah. The telephone pole one still won't place.
Yeah, I don't know. Apparently, Shy Wizard whipped something up quick.
I have to see what Shy Wizard did sometime.
Yeah. There, harvest contract complete. 18 grand for the 23,000 liters of potatoes I had sitting in there. No, I don't have 76,000 liters of bananas. Sorry, Caleb.
You don't?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to zip it up and send it over, we'll certainly take a look, Shy Wizard.
Yeah. Wanted to see if we can get his to work.
Yeah, overlay the telephone pole onto it and see what happens. Beep,
Oh,
beep,
it's
beep,
morning.
Beep, beep, beep. Yep, it sure is. I'm trying to make room for a glue factory and a
Right?
drywall factory. Somewhere in here is about 3K an hour. How much time do
Thanks,
I
Shy
have on
Wizard.
this? 22 hours. I should be able to complete that contract too. Yeah, I'm gonna put in my glue factory right here. My drywall is gonna go up over there. Should work out rather well.
All right, thanks, Mr. Shy Wizard. I'll take a look at it when I wake up.
Yep. Is that Hoyle Membro Lungo? Thank you for the follow. Welcome into the channel. How are you doing today? I apologize if I mispronounced your name. If I was off horribly, please let me know how I should pronounce it so I can try to do that in the future. Dee-dee-dee-dee. That was the rest of your stream last night there, Mr. Dave.
It went good. Fun.
Nice. Yeah, I unfortunately went to bed quite early and still didn't want to get up this morning.
Yep.
I just wanted to keep on sleeping.
You know that.
Oh, I think Jab's supposed to be live, isn't he?
He is.
He is live. That's right. We were gonna head on over to Mr. Jababo. He will continue on the SGA streak for a while. I think he's doing his Sunday multiplayer with console
He's
people.
definitely got a long stream today.
Yeah, Sundays are usually his long one because I think he does his multiplayer thing with chat.
But on the
So we're gonna get ready to head on over and see Mr. Jababo.
he has a 12-hour 4K appreciation today.
Ah, so he's gonna be going for a good while, yeah. Let's get ready to raid Mr. Jababo. I do appreciate you guys all coming and hanging out. You guys have been awesome as always. Always, always, you guys are fantastic. Coming and hanging out, chit-chatting with me, and even if you're lurking and farming yourself. You guys have been awesome. So I do want to give a quick shout-out to Mr. Scurvy Hyam for the raid early on. And, of course, Maximum Ride coming in earlier with a Tier 2 sub and 1,500 bits. Thank you very much for that if you're still around. Masterpieces for some donating some bits earlier. You are awesome as well. Big Vito with a gifted sub. Awesome as always. Of course, my wife coming in and gifting a sub. Thank you very much for that. Wake and Bake Games, thank you for the follow. Welcome into the channel. I hope you can catch me in the next one, but we're getting ready to head over to Mr. Jababo, as I said. Viking Streaming with a raid earlier on. Low Viz, thank you as well for those bits earlier. You guys, as always, have been the best community in Farm Sim, best community in Twitch. I do appreciate you hanging out with me. I should be live again tomorrow morning. I hope you guys can all come and hang out with me. But we're going to go see Mr. Jababo, another great member of the SGA, while he does his streaming play with cross-platform viewers. I got the right Jababo this time. Mike, aka You Need Some TLC, thank you as well for the follow. Welcome into the channel. I hope you guys can catch me later. Hate to raid and run on you, but I hope you guys will all join us over with Mr. Jababo. And we will see you guys tomorrow sometime.